All right, I'm live. Okay, hopefully this goes okay. I'm on StreamYard today, so we'll see. Hope everybody's having a good time today and you're creative and well. Let's see, I'm on StreamYard. Let's see what. Okay, no one's here yet. I think I'm good. All right, so like the title says, it's a mixed media art ideas for creating your art. And I thought it would be a good idea just to show some of the things that I look at when I'm trying to get an idea of what to put down on a page or a canvas. So there's many ways of looking up for ideas, such as Google, of course, Pinterest, Instagram, get some ideas, or magazines, books, that type of thing. I like using magazines, and not just specific magazines in that area of mixed media. I branch out into all areas. Whatever I have an interest in, say I want to have botanicals in it or a certain color. So it could be a food magazine that I looked through and a color has caught my eye, and I'll either tear that page out or make a note of it somewhere of what interested me with this. So with that idea, I just thought I'd show you a few of the magazines and books that they're old, but I like playing with them. Hey, Nancy. Hope you're well. So these are some quilting arts magazines. And these are 2011, so they're pretty old, but I keep them around because they're so inspirational. The colors and the ideas that they're using in them for their quilts gives me ideas for paint and paper. Hey, Janet, Eileen. So I like to look at some of these because you get ideas from them. And now that we're getting in this trend of some stitching in our work, this is even better. This one here is really cool. So they've actually used jelly plate prints. Now, it wasn't a jelly plate back then, but using a comb or whatever to scratch into probably a plastic plate or something. And then they cut them into squares and made them into a really neat quilt. So it's a painted quilt that they sewed together. So, it gives you ideas. So I thought I would show you a few of these, and then we could try something. Now, I have always loved Tiffany, Art Nouveau, Edwardian, that type of era as far as design. And that comes from my 25 years of having a stained glass shop. So back then I had to make my own patterns, and that's a total story in its own. There is a very specific way of making patterns for stained glass because you have to think of the cutability in order to make that window, and glass has to break in a certain way. So you had to combine your line work to go with the style of whatever you were trying to portray, like birds flying or something. So it had to be incorporated with the tip of their wings, say, it had to be maybe overlapping onto a cloud. So you can take that line from the tip of the wing to the cloud, because you cannot do an inside angle in glass. So it was a challenge, but I loved doing it. I did hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of windows, and they're virtually all over the world right now. I did many in Europe that were shipped to Europe, in Asia, Germany, France, United States, Mexico. I had them all over the place. My biggest commissions was from Bird Studies Canada, where I did some huge bird windows for them. And it was for donations that were given to them by fairly big companies like Weston Bread, Johnson Johnson, that type of thing. So I had to converse with them and with the heads of the staff in bird studies to come up with a pattern and a picture of what they wanted. It was fun. I was lucky enough to work with some very fantastic artists that were also part of the board, I guess you could say, of bird studies. And one of them was Robert Bateman's brother. And he is, I would say, just as good, if not better, than his brother. And you learn a lot when you get critiqued of your drawings by these artists. But it was a fantastic opportunity. So these are, I love these. Like, look at this. Now, wouldn't you just love to do that? Like, you don't have to just use fabric. This can be done with paper too, and stitch on the paper. You don't need to use fabric. I can see jelly printing in these. Look at this. This is cute. So stitching and whatever. These are really great. I don't know if you can get these anymore. I've had these for over, 10 years now. These are 10 years old. So this is so cool. So wouldn't that be fun to do on a plastered piece of cloth and stitch over it? Paint it and stitch over it. Tim Holtz, new fabric. Wow, you really bought it. No, I haven't seen his new He's got new. I've seen his old stuff. Hey, Deb. Anne? Nina? Kim? How big are the quilts? These quilts? 46 by 33 is this one. So it's an art quilt. So it's not meant for a bed. It's meant to be hung. These are art quilts, basically. I guess you could put them on a bed if you wanted to, but there's so many ways you can use your other, what would you call it, loves of creations. Yeah, it would be manageable. But there's so many, look at this. Here's perfect for what we're doing now. So those are beads, and probably it looks like some kind of watercolor or paint, and a bit of stitching. So awesome ideas. There, it gives you there's very much like a mixed media page. And again, using your gel print of fabric. Put some stitching on it. Photo transfers also. So machine stitching, free form stitching on your machine. You could do that with your hand stitching too, but if you add paint and melted Tyvek to the quilts, oh yes, I've done that before. Yeah, Tyvek is so cool. Can make rocks, all kinds of stuff. And here's some screen printing done. So I thought it would be neat just to show you some of the things that I look at when I'm thinking of doing stuff. I know there's a lot of people that have a hard time thinking of stuff to do or different things to add to their mixed media canvases. So go through your books. Just don't stick with mixed media books. This is quilt art. You could go into all kinds of different types of art. And you take the things that you love out of it and add it. Some way they can do that. Look at that. It's so cute. I love birds. City maps. So there's lots. I have a bunch of these, so I won't show you them all. But oh, Lena, I was looking at this and I thought of you. I thought I gotta send this to you. Resist from the kitchen. Yep. So you're not crazy, Lena. Here, crackle type resisting, including oatmeal, mashed potato flakes, and tapioca. Smooth resist, such as corn syrup. What else have we got in here? Layered resists. 3 approaches. Numerous variations. Half and half. Yeah, there's a bunch of different layering techniques, but see how they get it? Cool resists. So there you go. You're looking at your kitchen too. That's right. It's multi-purpose. So, try it. The only thing I wouldn't try is when you get into your chemicals. Then you got to kind of research that. But as far as condiments and that type of thing, give it a whirl. You never know unless you try. These are cute. Digital monoprints. But I thought this was right up our alley right now because of the stitching and painting and whatever. These are really great books if you like this type of thing. This is what I like, is the art quilt type of thing. I'm not much of a quilter per se. That's my sister's territory. But this is one book, a quilting book, that I did love. The One Block Wonder Cubed. I've got a few of these. And the reason why I liked it was this. I love this type of work, where you mix. So that's what I did in that one book I showed you a while ago, where I took pages from 6 calendars, I believe I used. And they were all the same calendars. And then I just used it to make these, I call them kaleidoscopes, basically. Look at that. So they're using the fabric, finding the print block. Every fabric has a block where it's repeated, so you got to find that, and you cut out 6 blocks of that one block of print, and then you cut it. You either staple it or put it in some kind of pin it or something so it stays exactly the way it is, because you want it exact. And then you cut it with your fabric roller thing. I don't know what it's called. And then look at that. And then they've actually put triangles in it. So aren't those gorgeous? Have you ever laid down paper over fabric, sew straight lines in it, and then use a soldering iron to burn the paper away? No, I haven't, Eileen. That's a new one for me. I must say. Have you? I'm guessing you have. Did that just last week. Jody. But aren't they gorgeous? So there's an idea to do a canvas. Wouldn't that canvas look gorgeous? I'm like, look, you want some more of a modern look to your stuff? So, take a look at quilting books too, because there's some really awesome work out there. There, so it's, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 squares, and you cut them exactly. So I just thought I'd show you that one. Another one that I love. This is my favorite textile artist. I love this work. It is absolutely unbelievable what she does. Her stuff, it looks so real. And they're all 3D. Her quilts are 3D. You'll put it out on, Ing, and show it. Look at it, even the bodies are fluffy. And the stitching. She dyes all her stuff. Look at that. Like, isn't that amazing? And then it's kind of like the stumping that I was talking about a while ago, and Kathy showed the book too. Like, there's some little bird, and then she stitched. So it's actually, excuse me, it's actually, I don't know, fabric paint probably. And then she stitched it. Hey, CB, you have this book? Yeah, isn't it fabulous? Like, oh my God. It just makes me want to do it. I love this type of challenge. I would do this until I got it right. One day I will do this. She makes, look at the size of this quilt. So she makes, you know, a study of the topic. Like, look at this. I love this. A little bit of paint and then stitching. So there's very little stitching on there, mostly paint, but isn't that gorgeous? This is what I want to do. I love this type of work. I'm not much into the clothes and stuff, but and ties she's done. But oh my gosh, it's gorgeous. Look at this. Oh, thanks, CB. I think, look at this. Look how the fold of the fabric sticks out. Like, amazing. I put a pick on ing. This is beautiful too. I love dragonflies. I always have. But wouldn't these be gorgeous to try and do? Why not? That's how you learn. Here's another one of moths. They're so gorgeous. I love botanicals, so yeah, this was right up my alley. So it depends on how detailed do you want to get? Like, really? It's not extremely paint, you know, detailed as far as paint. It's more about the sewing to give it the dimension. Isn't it, Lena? It's just amazing. Look at the moth. It's all fuzzy. So one day I will attempt this. I think this is such a fabulous way of doing stuff. This is what I've been wanting to do for a while. Like, look at this. The little needles of the, it's called a U. And the bird. But then everything else behind it is stitched or just a faint bit of watercolor in the background. I think that it looks a lot like machine stitching and can't believe how sturdy a hand you need to make the stitches. Yes. Yeah, it is machine stitched. But it's just a matter of, like anything else, you have to learn the amount of speed that your machine's going at versus how quickly you move your fabric. So that was the same with soldering. When I was doing the copper lead technique, so you had to move your solder and apply your on your iron and move it at a certain pace for each in order to get a smooth line. You didn't want a flat line. And you had to keep in check of the heat of the iron also. So you do learn after a while. It's just a matter of practice and learning the different variables of what you're using, basically. That part really impressed me, that you can use the machine eel like a pen in a way. Yeah, it's just a matter of practice. I know you could do it, Lena. Anyone can do it, just practice. If you want something bad enough, you'll keep doing it until you get it right. And if you don't, you give up right away, then I guess it wasn't something in your heart you really wanted to do. For me, I like the process of doing things, not necessarily the finish to get it done. I like taking my time. I like figuring things out. I like planning. So it depends what you like. If you just want to do something to get it done, then maybe this wouldn't be your thing. Oh, look at that, little birds on them. Oh, that's so cute. So this is probably, now I have started something very similar to this. I've just started it. I've been kind of working my way around things to see what paints do, and if you took the last class of the budding artist and up, it was the class on the hibiscus, where I used gel medium and some plaster and gesso, and used a bag to do the piping of paste in my flower. So if you watched that, I used the rest of it on a piece of cotton fabric. Well, I'm using that now, and I'll show you it when I'm done. It's going to be interesting. Experimenting. So yeah, step outside the box and see what you can do. There's always new stuff out there that people are trying. Why not try it yourself? All right. So, because of all of that, then I started looking through all my books, of course. And here's my old book. I believe Dee Dee showed this. And I think she was getting into the Art Nouveau too. I can't remember if she said what she was doing, but yeah, so I was showing this to Lena, and Lena has been doing some fantastic Art Nouveau paintings. So if you want to check her Instagram out, she's got some really awesome art posted now. She's playing with limited palettes and design, basically. Art Nouveau is a very specific style of line work. It came first, and then Art Deco came afterwards, which is more of a masculine, angular looking art form. This is very feminine and organic looking. And this is also Mucha. And he was one of the most famous artists that did this type of work. Love the book. Rosemary's Fib Kit is Art Nouveau. Oh, awesome. So in my store, my stained glass store, I did a lot of windows in the Art Nouveau style. So not women, it was the Art Nouveau got into all areas of creating. So in buildings, in windows, in clothing, artwork, jewelry, stained glass. It just exploded. And his art, he became well known through his illustrative art that were posters that were actually commercial art for companies or food, different things. So that's how they advertised, by huge posters. And this is how he became one of the most famous Art Nouveau artists. And in that style, there is a definite way of using line and design, patterned line design, I guess you could say it. And you usually see it if in his women with the hair. A lot of it's curved, or there's a certain way of doing it. You kind of have to study it a bit to understand it, the way it's designed. But he used a lot of, it almost looks to me like coloring book style. Let's see if I can find a bigger picture for you. So he did a lot of heavy, dark line around the figures. And usually the faces were not that detailed. Very, very simple. And most of the line work was done on the clothing. He was excellent in doing folds and flowers. But as you can see, it was always curved in some way. And the flower patterns were not necessarily the way a flower would grow, but he would incorporate a shape, and it was usually in circles or curves, very delicate curves. And he repeated the pattern, and that was one of the tricks that he did. When he was doing especially his women that he painted, he actually was, I don't know if one of the first, but he used photography back then. And he took a lot of photography of women in certain poses. And you can go online and see his models. I think there's one book on his models that he used, and it gives the pictures that he used. And what he would do, instead of having the model stand there in a pose for hours, he would actually take the picture of them, and then they would go, and then he would do a grid form. So he used the grid form, and he put it over top of his photo, and then he would do the grid on his canvas. And then draw it all out, and then bring the model back so he could paint the proper colors he wanted. So it wouldn't, he wouldn't have to have them standing there for such a long period of time. So he's very smart in that way. And most of his designs, it was all about either the clothing or the backgrounds. He used a lot of Mandela effect in his work. You'll see a lot of that type of thing. And it's always a repeat. So like a mandala, it's always got a repeat to it. And usually the women were very calm looking, you know, usually laying or sitting down, that type of thing. Very beautiful faces. And he used a very minimal palette also in most of his work. So as you can see, the mandala all around all of these. And then flowers, of course, in the background. And then after a while, the borders started. So this type of thing. So it was very fashionable to put these borders in the paintings and on the posters. Let's see if I can find a good one. There. So see and they're always the same on each side. I just love their work. I think it's so gorgeous, so graceful. Here's another way of they use that line. I just love how they used it. So you had to study it a bit to get that Art Nouveau line in. A lot of plant work, vines, that type of thing were used. So this is a really good book if you can get it. It's hard to get now. So I have a few stained glass books here that I used to, this was just to show to customers different design that I used to do. So this was the stained glass looks that I would get. So again, the very ornate line work. This one is kind of getting into the Edwardian because you're seeing a little bit more line work, which the Edwardians did. Frank Lloyd Wright also was later on. So this is the type of work I did mostly in the windows. So I didn't do a whole lot of painting on glass for like a woman or something. I did a little bit of it when I did repairs for churches and stuff like that, but most of the time it was this type of stained glass that I did. We had a lot of very old homes around where I lived. Oh, did I blip? Am I still going? So as you can see, very limited palettes. Not really, crazy colors. Very subtle. So you can, if you ever come across stained glass book patterns, pick them up. They're great for using in quilting. A lot of quilters used to come to my shop and pick up the books, and they would use them for their art quilts. There's another one. This one has more on the scenery side, so there would be butterflies and always peacocks. They liked peacocks, that type of thing. Yeah, you should, Eileen, because a lot of tons. We had a really big guild, our textile artists guild, and they used to come all in all the time and pick up different books and patterns to incorporate in their work. Hey, Jane, that's fine. So this is kind of cool, like birds. And there's no reason why we couldn't do these in fabric or paper. You could make these into paper. I think that would be cool too. Lots of big leafed. There's some frogs on the bottom there. Houses. See, here's definitely that shape again that they used. They used this shape a lot. There's a little scene one there of a fox sunrise on. So I think we could probably take some of these patterns and, oh, there's one. Sandra, I'd love that one. Little mermaid with an octopus. So we could take some of these and make them into all kinds of stuff. There's some little wood nymphs in a, looks like a bird bath. I think it'd be fun to do some of these. And I think you can still get these books. You could try Masterpieces of Art Nouveau Stained Glass Design. This one is really nice. It's called English Muffle, but it's close to the design of stained glass or Art Nouveau. These are just the patterns. Lots of oh my, I lost internet and yelled out loud, got frustrated until my son just casually says, why don't you just watch your phone? Oh dear. Yeah, so those, and then American quilts and stained glass. There you go. I thought this would be kind of cool to use for our watercolor practice. So I think I'm going to print out some of these for you guys to work with, and we can practice watercolor on these, and then you can use them. Guess I will not chat much. Sun seekers, that would be another cool one you could do. This would be neat if you used vellum, and we colored the vellum and then overlapped them. You can make your own sun catchers. We could also use this for working with, oh yeah, with watercolor, and then you could see what different colors combinations over top of each other. That's, oh, I'm gonna do that. That. William Morris was another one. He was very botanical. So these are just, he was more about textile printing, rugs, fabric, wallpaper, that type of thing. But you can take stuff out of this. You can take leaf forms or flowers and use them in your own work. You can make stencils. I have a ton of stencil books from the stained glass industry for when we used to use etching paste. It's another one, stained glass. So we could do these in fabric or paint or cutting paper. These are great. If you guys can find them, this will give you so many ideas. And the patterns are already there for you. You don't have to have all these lines in them. You can take them out if you're just going to use it as a painting. They're only put in there because it has to be cuttable when you're doing stained glass. I don't know how many times I did this one. A million. They're simple. There's another Art Nouveau. Again, the repeat. There's the borders that were very, very fashionable back then. So if you want to do something in your book or canvas with a border, these would have all kinds of suggestions and you could copy them. These are meant to be used, so you have the rights to use these. So you just take this book to a printer and have it printed to the size you want, and then you just use the part that you need. These were very popular. The Scottish Rose. Here's one I want to remember. That one right there. And I thought this was interesting too. This is different patterns for stained glass, but it had some oriental one in here. That would be kind of neat to do paintings of. Look at the kimono one. Butterflies, that type of thing. Like, I have tons, guys, tons. As you can see, a lot. More patterns. There's a good circular one to be used in a painting. Another one. So if you want to do this type of work, take a look at this stuff. You'll get some really good ideas, and you've got the pattern for you. And one more of this, another one with chickens and bamboo, dolphins and a mermaid, dogs, all kinds of stuff. Then I saw this, I don't know, well, these are sea fairies, so different types of mermaids. But it was all done in stained glass. I think Xander would love this book. There's bush babies. So all kinds of birds and frogs. These all can be used in your art. Butterfly lady. More butterflies and flowers and butterflies. So I just thought I'd show you some of those. Thanks, Kathy. That's all right. Let's see. Where was it? There's one of the ones I did in a class of Art Nouveau. Now, this is a mix of Art Nouveau and modern, I guess you could say. But this was a really fun class. But see, it doesn't have to be exactly like Art Nouveau, but you can put different elements into it to make it look like Art Nouveau. So you just play with it. These were really fun. I really should do another one of these. It was fun. A lot of scribbling in it, and cutting out different shapes, coloring the shapes that you did. I gotta go take Coco out for a minute, so just hold on. I'll be right back, and then we'll start maybe doing one of these. Come on. Check well. What, do you want out? Hello? All right, sorry about that. So you want to try and do one of these? See, I had a page there. Let's start on this one. All right, so I took out a bunch of stencils that I thought looked like that era of Art Nouveau. So to me, this is very much Art Nouveau. And then, of course, you got to have a mandala of some sort. Now you could use, if you've got any doilies, that type of thing, you could use that too. I think this one's too big though. Although, I could use half of it. You don't necessarily have to use the whole stencil. So I could just use it up to here. Or even just this part. If it's just this small range. So that's a possible. These remind me of, let's see, I need a black piece of paper. These remind me of Art Nouveau too, these flowers, very much so. The peonies, that type of thing. They love peonies, roses, poppies, that type of stuff. This kind of is a little bit in there because they did have a lot of mosaic type of look in their backgrounds too, so that could actually work too. Same with this one, a little bit. This kind of going into impressionistic look too. Some of the artists later on started using that look. Art Deco too. These are awesome. We could use these too. So these are just scrapbook paper that had the cutting out of them already. Birds. Kind of looks like a peacock there. That's the color that he liked. Mocha liked that ochre color and orange russet. You could actually use some of those. Lines. There's this actually, this actually is a Margaret Applin stencil, so it's meant to form a mandala shape. You can put, I think it's a quarter of this makes a full one. So I could use this one. This is very Art Nouveau, Art Deco. flower. Here's, I could use that one too. This is a nice mandala effect too. I don't know if that's too big though. Yeah, it's kind of big. So skip that one. Oh, here. This one here, perfect. All right. Kathy, here is the is that for me? I'll have to look at it afterwards. So I could just do this part here. That would be neat. So let's see what I did here. I'm going to go back and see. Yeah, I just, oh, that's a piece of actual, I forgot I did that. This is actually a separate piece of paper that I just glued on. Okay, so you can make the background. So let's look at some backgrounds. Here's that book. Poor book's falling apart. I want to see a background. So it's kind of very muted, and then the line work was in the see, here's the mosaic. I love that. Oh, sorry, can't show that. We could do what? See, this is neat too, where she's inside the circle. So that would be easy enough to do. See the flower or leaves on the background? Just very simple. It's all about there's a simple background of water, looks like beach, and then a very light colored background of a landscape city behind there or something. So let's pick something. Something very, maybe we'll just do some trees in the background. A landscape, quick landscape. See, very simple landscape. Very washed light, muted colors. Let's try this type of landscape. So the golds, color, well, I've got this here, so we'll add some golds to it. I used to make them, more of them. Let's see, gold. Just use some craft paint. And or maybe some raw sienna would be nice. And a brush. Where did I put my brushes? Okay, so let's see what we can do. Have some hills, maybe. And tree. So it's going to be very, very subtle. Tree shapes and whatever. More about the figure than anything else. So we need a bit of colors. So I just want to take some of this color out, lighten it up with some water, or if you got glazing medium, you can use that. I'm just going to play, see what we can figure out. And light. Just to add a little bit of leaves or trees or whatever you want to call it in there. And I'm going to put some bush area in here so it's not so one level. Maybe we could have some rocks in here. Have a stream or something, maybe. Let's see. I think I'm going to have some bushes. I don't want anything really to stand out because it's going to be more about her. Let's see. Just painting in some of these areas that were already there that are light. It's just to give it a little bit of added interest. I guess I could put a wash of that yellow in. And that would do the trick, probably. There. So this background that was on there already was, I believe, it was from a class I did, and I used gauze and I soaked the gauze in ink and then laid it down on a painted background, and that's how it came out. That's what it left, was that color. A little bit of shadowing on the one side of the trunk of the tree. And maybe some shadowing around the hills a bit. Just something to give it a little bit of interest. I need a flat brush, I think, for this. I'm just making kind of a pond area here. Essence of a pond area. I don't want a really recognizable area that takes away from the other stuff. So I'm just going to fill this in and let the background of that page pop out. So I still have interest in it, but it's not stand outy of or taking away from what I'm going to put on top. And I know you, Eileen. I just want to. Oops. A few bulrushes, reeds in there. Okay, we'll let that dry. Or we'll take the hair or the heat gun to it. We want this fairly dry before I continue. All right, let's see what we can do with this. How do I want to handle this? Could do I want to do just a face or do I want to do a body? Let's do the stencil is great. I was thinking you had to draw the mandalas. No, I use the stencils. There's all kinds of stencils out there. All kinds. You could make your own too. Don't necessarily have to have the whole stencil in. I'm thinking if we wanted to, that's where her shoulders could be. So take some kind of a pencil. And I think I'm going to do it now. I could actually sponge paint this in if I wanted to too. If you wanted a different color for behind this, or you can use this as, what should I do? Maybe thinking I could go with, I used a lot of green also in their stuff. Now I could go with, let's see, what we got here? And a lot of black too. They did use black. So I want to keep, maybe Payne's gray would look nice. I'm gonna go Payne's gray. So let's see. Do I have a Payne's? Not iron. Payne's gray. Awesome. Thanks, Lena. I think a bit of both, Jane. Not sure. I'm just kind of winging it here. You could use the lines too, because they did have a lot of line work in their paintings. But they'd also had be careful I don't go past that. I should have taped it off, but I think this will work. Ah, went past it a bit. I'll have to patch it. Okay. Goof there, but I can patch that one okay. All right. Then we can do I think There. Now I could either do her on a separate piece of paper because see the line all around her? And then I could just cut her out instead of having to paint over this. That might be an idea. I think I'll do that. Piece of paper or a piece of let's see. This will be about here. Actually, here's my eraser. There. isn't the best eraser. Here's a little too short. One name of the stump book. I think it was called Stump Work for Beginners or something. Just give me a bit and I'll go see if I can find it again. I think it's down here. And her bodice part. She had all these really lacy things. Depends how much detail you want to get into the dress. You could use actually another mandala to do this part. She has flowers in her hair and thanks, Kathy. And so I could either do this in color pencil or just regular paint. Very, very, very little color, actually. So I could actually go in with pen on that, now that I know where the... And then she's got all these flowers on her hair. So I could actually do a bunch of flowers and cut out a bunch of flowers with paper and stuff. All right. What should I do? Maybe just do some pen work. So as you can see, he used a lot of pen work in the hair. You can see the strands of hair. And then just very light coloring in her face. So I could just... commit. I'm committing to the drawing. Kind of has a thick bit of darkness on the top here. And then her pupil. Look at it. I'm gonna change anything, I gotta change it now. So she has a little outline on her mouth, but not a lot. And her ear. I like that they had a little bit of meat on them. They weren't these skinny people. It's kind of like Zentangling the way he did the hair. So it's interesting when you get books like this, just to try and do one of their paintings, just to see what it's all about. You don't really notice things until you start trying to do one of their paintings, and that's when you start to see things more closely. So it's always good to give it a try. You're not going to sell them or pass them off as your own, so it's okay to go ahead and try and do some of these. Now I'm going to cover up some of this with flowers and whatnot in her hair. But I'll put some of this in. It's kind of fun to do. I like doing stuff like this just to see how close you can get. Talking about spiders and stuff. Yeah, I don't like spiders. I don't go like crazy when I see one, but I do not like it when I find them unexpectedly crawling on me. Then I don't like it. We don't have anything poisonous here, really. There's a few that could give you a nasty reaction, but nothing that would really make you sick or kill you. So, but there are some. I couldn't live in Australia. It's a beautiful country, but nope, not with the snakes and spiders they got. That would just totally freak me out. I'd be too paranoid. I wouldn't enjoy myself. I can't see how these are going, but I'll just make it my own by adding things that I think is how it goes, but we'll see. So just making kind of directional hair. Typically, nobody draws this way. This is purely illustrative, and that's what he did. Because you typically wouldn't draw every single hair, but it was all about line there that he did. So you kind of have to pay attention to that aspect of it. Just play with it. See, this is how you find out how to do things too. You just play with it and see what it looks like. Alrighty, and then she had a little that. cracking up, Jane. Oh my God, a Washington roaming carpet spider just... You guys are funny. A little dark in here. Darker. Her neck. There. Just make some zigzags to make kind of a lacy little look. We can do something with the bottom of that. All right. So there's our outline for now. I need a better eraser. All right. Just cleaning my eraser. And I'm just taking off the pencil lines. She looks a little cleaner. I didn't put her eyebrows in. There. Get some eyebrows in. One's higher than the other. No. We'll just lower it. that's the start of her. So I could just put a wash on her. Let's see. Get some matte medium. Kind of a little bit of the sienna color. Let's see what it looks like. It's not the best brush. Let's see. This one. What time is it? Oh, it's 3:09. I was wondering why the puppies were whimpering upstairs. Their alarm clock went off to be fed. Because they're spoiled. A little darker here. It's hard to get a smooth coat on this copy paper, but it's not bad. She doesn't really have a like shine on her. I can't leave her white either because that wouldn't look right. It's very, very pale coat of umber. Oop, something on there. And a little bit darker in here. Oop. She needs a little bit of color under her eye. Guess I could do this with colored pencil a little easier. And then just put a coat of this color on her hair with some glaze. That's all they have on it. There's not much shadowing with color. He's used the pen work to do that, from what I can see. So is anyone following along, or are you just taking it easy, just watching it develop into something? Two. I think it needs to be darker in there. Just me. That's what I think. You can change it up to whatever you want. This is just experimenting, having fun with it. Please. Okay, so that's a good start. And then I guess I could do her lips and then just emphasize them with some red. Let's see. Thanks, Eileen. All right. Let's dry it and then I'll maybe finish it with colored pencil. It looks a little thinner than the other girl, but yeah, she'll do. I wasn't getting, I didn't want to like have an exact copy or anything, so. Let's see, where did I put that pen? Oh, there it is. Just want to finish this. Is there anyone on now that I'm kind of overlapped in my time now? Not done, but there's someone else that's supposed to be on. You can go watch them if you want. I think I need to white that out. White. Hey, Ray, Wendy. Need a little bit of white. Little bit of white. Where did I put my darn brush now? Oh, there it is. Just want to cover that line I have in here so I can draw over it. And maybe right here too. Okay, what kind of flowers should we do? Kind of a peachy, dusty, rosy color. It's odd shade. It'll be easy to do though. But I think I'll put those on once I have her on here. So for in here, let's see, we'll cut her out. And then we'll finish her off once it's on there. I'll make the lines a little bit more bold. And we'll put the flowers kind of overlapping it. So we'll have to put a little bit, something more in the mandala part, because I don't want the background showing through that part. I could, I guess, leave it, but I don't know. Let's have to look at it and see what I want to do. And then we can play with it. All the white out. So she'll get placed on like this. So let me think. We could do cream background or a light green, maybe. Would be pretty. I think a light green, kind of a pale gray green, maybe, would be pretty. Her eyes are green. So let's put some, get another palette out. Slap some leaves on it. Yep, we'll be slapping some leaves on it. I'm just trying to figure out the right green color I want. I want fairly light, so let's take some of that green, some of this white. That's kind of bright, so I'm going to take some of that sienna and dull it down a little bit. That's better. All right. Could even go a little bit lighter yet. A very light shade. Okay. Now, I think we'll do I'd have to go around it again with a marker if I get out of the line. That's the only thing about this style, is that your lines are very, very noticeable. So if it's off at all, it'll be very noticeable. See, that's the only thing about Art Nouveau. If there's a pattern to it, you have to make sure it's exact. Your eye will catch it. I don't have to do too much of that because she'll be covering on that. I think that's as far as I have to go. So it should be like that. Yep, that'll work. All right, now I still want something in here, so where'd they put that stencil? So we had this. Let's dry that first before we make a mess out of it. All right. Now we could take let's see, how do I want to do this? Or do we have another mandala? Where's that other one? Could take this. Or use this. I want some kind of twigs, I think. I think I'm going to wing it. That's what I think. You know what I want in my head, so I'm just going to draw it. Why not? So I'm going to incorporate these into twigs. So this, or I take this, I don't think that will show, but let's see. That one actually should. That's covered. And that. It doesn't do a lot, but do I like it? I don't think I like it. I think I want something more. I could actually put a totally different piece of paper too. Or a mandala itself from a book. Let me think. I have this. Let me think. Could it be? That wouldn't work. I'm giving you a headache. This is what I love to do. I love to figure things out and play with stuff. Like I could just use the white too. Doesn't have, or I could color this too. Doesn't have to be a silver. I can't talk and art at the same time. Let's see. So get your doily things out. Never know what you can do with them. Do you hear my dogs? They're upstairs. So I'm probably going to have to leave and go feed them. It's not like they're starving or anything, but they are on a schedule. God forbid if I don't follow it. Hey, Brooke. I could put it behind her or use these. No, I think I'm going to have to space these guys. So I can probably do this. Oh, they stopped whining. They must have gave up. Okay. See if this works. It might not. Might, I don't know. It's worth a try. I think I got these at Michael's in the baking department. So I could use the silver or I could use the white. Turn it over and just use the white part. Now that's Coco barking. Neighbors must be coming home from work. Because she sits like this. I don't know if I like it or not. I'm wondering. No, I don't like it. Don't like it. I think it needs to be more, if she's in the center here, like so, I think there needs to be smaller squares or something. See what this does. Yep, I think that's what it is. It needs to have just lines in it of some sort. Kind of organic looking. So I'm going to take my, where'd it go? Oh, there it is, pencil. And not necessarily from these areas, but I think I'll just draw some lines. Kind of like stained glass in a way. And I'll put circles where they meet. Let's see if that's enough. That'll do. All right, now the question is black or white? I don't know if I want to go white, so I think I'm going to go black. So I'm just going to take a, do I have a paint marker or a brush pen maybe? I think I do somewhere. Or I'll just use a script liner there and do it in the Payne's gray, I think, and just make some lines. And then I could put sparkles or so it's kind of more organic looking. So this could be anything really. Be trees, limbs, it could be just a design, whatever. More organic though. I think we needed that. There. Let's put her down, see it. Yep. Then let's try it. All right. Then I think I'm just going to doodle. In these lines. I want the lines kind of pointing in the direction of her. So you can do whatever you want, designs in it. Just play with it. See what, you never know what you're going to get unless you try. Like, I'm not the best doodler, but we'll see what it turns out to be like. You know, I like the Art Nouveau style, but there's nothing saying I have to only do that style. Why not put another style with it? Change it up. Make it yours. Also, when I do doodling, I get very quiet because I have to concentrate. Hi, Sophia. Have a good night. I have to turn it around. So I can get it semi straight. I know all you Zentangle people are probably fainting because of the crooked lines, but it's just how it is right now. And it's just the journal book. It's just the idea. It's not a finished piece by any means. It's just something to try. That's how all my pieces in the sketchbooks and journal books, they're all test pieces. Testing a technique or a paint or whatever. So there's no stress on having it come out perfect. That's what your journals are for. To try things without worrying about messing up a canvas or using up expensive paint or whatever you're using. It's just to play. I just took a tip from you and rolled my maternal and put it in a drawer so I can see that I have it all stacked. I never looked at it. You talking to me? You put one in a drawer. Excellent, Kathy. That works really well. Oh, it's Brooke you were talking to? Let's see. Do I have to do those? Just a couple more. Oh, Coco. This one, and then that one, I think, and then I'm done with this part. She is such a yappy little dog. She's just a squirt of a little thing, but she thinks she's 10 feet tall. I think this one needs it too, but just a few. Okay. There, that did it. Okay. So that, see how just gives it a little bit of more interest. Don't they know it? Yeah, I know. Really. Come on, guys. It's all about them. You know how it is. All about them. I bet you any money the neighbors, next door neighbors just got a new dog, pup, and it keeps getting off its leash. I'll bet you any money it's standing in front of the door looking at them. I've got one of those stained glass long panels in my front door. So I bet you that's what's going on. How dare it? I could do this. These little doodads wherever there's a connection. I don't know. What do you think? That one would go there. Although she's going to have flowers in her hair. But, oh, we could use these. There we go. And I can color the backs of them. That would look cool. Let's try some of these. And then I could do some painting of them too. See, I know it's not important because the other one isn't barking. It's just her. When Chloe starts, then you know there's someone at the door. Take some of these out, and then we'll use them for her hair. Awesome idea. All right. Yeah, so I could just put a bunch of these, color them, and put them in her hair with some bigger ones. I thought the barking was outside there. No, it's upstairs. I've got them upstairs. Darn. She's so terrible. She just barks at everything. I'm going to have to go up and calm her down. I don't know what she's looking at. There's one of these, bigger one. One of these. You could use these too, I guess. Maybe. All right, I'm going to go upstairs to see what's going on. Hey, sorry. Thought I'd throw them some food before I came back. Took them out. It's starting to blow and snow out there. It's cold. All right. This would be pretty too. It's part of her dress. Use it for kind of the trim in her dress somehow. You never know. Or lace. If you got some lace, that would be pretty too. You can see this. My chat isn't updating right now. I'm not ignoring anyone. Is this inspired by Art Nouveau you were talking about? Yes, it is, Devin. Hi, by the way. Haven't really been paying much attention to chat. Sorry. Let's see. Just seeing how I could do this. Maybe. I don't know. Might be able to, or even on her shoulder. her like that. That's kind of pretty. You probably can't see it because it's bright colored. Okay, so let's do some of these flower things. So I cut a bunch of them apart. So we could actually spray some of these. I think I might have cut 2. That'd be nice if it was. Maybe not. But it almost seems like I had a double one in here. Could be wrong. Sometimes they're so thin you can't tell. I almost feel like it's a double though. Oh, they are. Ah, awesome. It's like a Kleenex, or this one's got to be double then. Can't get it apart. Well, it's hard getting them apart because they're the way they're designed. Printed. They get smushed together. But we can paint some of these for sure. It almost feels like there's 3 of them together. It's thick. I could be wrong. All right. So we could either spray them or dab them with paint. I think I want, or even watercolor probably would work. I think I'm just going to spray them though with Lindy's. Then I know it doesn't really lift again or move again. Sometimes they do a little bit, but most of the time they're pretty good about staying in place. Unless you're really moving it a lot with your paintbrush, then you might have a bit of a problem. But I usually don't have much problem with them. So I think I'm gonna do some I could even go into an aqua or blues.
Here's the top search result.
What? Go away. I hate it when it does that. Spooky. Being that her hair's kind of could go blues. Or red. There's a Fat Fabio reds or what's this one? Is that the same? One's got yellow, maybe? Oh, having problems with your computer? Okay. Of course. This one isn't working the greatest, so I'm just going to take a paintbrush, or actually, I'll just turn it over, swirl it around. I got some yellow here. There's my paintbrush. This one's clogged, so I'm just going to use my paintbrush and throw some color on them. And I'm going to have red hands. You can just tell. It's interesting, there's yellow coming out on them. That's cool. Well, it's soaked. It's interesting. I wonder why there's yellow on it. Because those are sprays. That's cool. Oop. All right. There. See, they're kind of mottled. I don't mind the yellow in them. It's kind of pretty. Didn't get much on it. we'll set that aside and let them dry. I'm not going to blow them dry. I think we could probably... Do I want to do anything more to this? Maybe some gold. Or cream? Maybe a cream color. Gold might look nice, so let's see. There it is. Devin isn't that awesome, so calming. So I got some iridescent bronze fine. And I'm going to get let's see if this is gonna look proper or not. I was thinking of just doing a line of gold around here. Don't know if you guys can see it. Kind of tricky. There. A little bit of shine. I guess I don't have to worry about down there because it's not going to show. Okay. I'm going to go in here. Shows a little, but just thought it would be a nice touch. Just a little bit of sparkle. Ooh. Holding my breath. Right. Yep, that's good enough. All right. Then I want to put I think I'm going to glue her down now with matte medium. I'm going to dry that first though so the gold doesn't move. Where's my There we go. And I'll just get all the air bubbles out. And dry it. right, there we go. Those are still wet. So we could start painting on some flowers, maybe. Let's see. A filbert brush. Make some, I don't know, some of that yellow, a bit of white. Maybe she'll have sunflowers in her hair. Of some sort. You can make them whatever you want, because a lot of the flowers they do kind of look made up anyways. So we'll just do some, I don't know, different shaped ones. See, how did he do his? Just some dots, maybe some buds. And what else? Some of that red, maybe, or a little bit of green, I think. Mix a little bit of that yellow with it. Let's see, just add a little dab here and there. And let's see, this with a bit of yellow. Some white maybe. That's too peachy. I think I need some red. She needs a little bit of color in her, just a bit. So some red to complement those other colors. It's not really red, but close to it. Kind of a burgundy. Could put a little more there. So let's see, we'll do a big flower maybe here. And one in here. Then some more green. I think we need some more leaves in there. And I wonder if I have a stamp I could use. For her top part. I think I need to do her arms a little bit more. Then thinking I want to do her face. Let's see. Get some colored pencils out here. Let's see what we can do. She could use a little bit of pink in her cheeks. That color. Let's see. I don't know if this will work or not. It softens a bit. Needs to be darker though. Yeah. A little bit of this color. No, it needs to be pink. Pinkish. Just a bit of color in her. Oop, starting to take the paint off. Darn. I have to put some matte medium or gesso, clear gesso on maybe. It's, or it might not have been dry enough. Not really taking too much pencil. So I'll dry those flowers, then I'm going to throw some matte medium, or not matte medium, gesso, clear gesso. Hey, Dar. See. Now it look like it's white, but it's not. It's clear. So once it dries, it'll be clear. I'm just going to put a nice thin coat. Try not to have any water in of any amount. As much dry a brush as you can. This is Winsor Newton clear gesso. So I'm just going to go over the whole thing because there will be a difference in the texture and the it'll be very flat looking. So if I miss parts that had the other medium on, you'll notice it. So just do your painting over again. Once you got your work done on the gesso that you wanted done, then you can go back over it again with matte medium. And it'll all look cohesive then. Okay, let's try to get a fairly even looking. You don't want too many lines in it. Slightly go over it. Usually you can get it fairly smooth looking. All right. So that'll give me some tooth. That's what it is. And it's matte, completely it's fairly fast drying and medium thickness. This is great for using with pan pastels also. And there's many different brands that you can get. That happened to be on sale, so I just picked it up to see what it was like. So I'll let you know. I've never used it before. That's got a good tooth to it. If you want something that is just not as rough feeling, then Golden has a really nice clear gesso. You want to make sure it's really good and dry before you start doing any colored pencil on it, because you'll just rip it if you don't dry it properly. Ooh, I've been on for 4 hours. This took a while. This is how I normally try things. So you're watching me in my process of trying out things. All right, now let's see how those colored pencils work. So I just wanted some pink in her cheeks. So let's, yeah, see, you get hardly any pressure and it's going on really nice. I'm just like hardly putting any kind of pressure on. color here. And works good, great. Giving the tooth. So I hardly have to use any kind of pressure on the colored pencil, so that's good. And it blends it in. You can make her a little more softer looking by just going over top of the darker areas with a lighter color, and you just blend it into that transition. So that looks good. And I think I'll put some more under her chin here. And maybe a little bit of purple under her eyes. In here. So I like the medium, works good. Let's see, we want her to have kind of a greenish colored eye. Let's give her light green. Darken them a bit with gray. And then black. And her mouth. And a little bit under here. So it depends how much detail you want to put in these. I like details, so I can get like totally lost in detail, I guess you could say. It's something I like to do. So maybe you don't like a lot of detail. Maybe you want it more impressionistic look to it. That's fine. I'm just giving her a little bit of shading. Oh. So that's her face so far. So it's not bad. It's a little blotchy, but that's because of the paint. And I'm not going to be going all crazy with color on that. All right, let's see if any of these are. Now we could glue some of these on. So let's get some glue. Where is it? There it is. So let's put one in here. I'm just gonna dab them and put them in. Throw them on. I think they're pretty. Oh, Coco. My goodness sakes. What a yapper. A bigger one in here. So it's kind of 3D looking. A little extra color. I'm going to put one right here. This one. And maybe one right here or up here. Maybe there. And a few more little ones. And maybe one there. She is crazy tonight. I think I need one here. And one more. This one. Up here. Okay, so there's those things. It gives a little bit of color. So then I just have to finish the dress. I might put a few dabs and dots. I don't know, something more in along here. Maybe just some polka dots would look cool. But her dress needs to be done. I think probably I'll use some of these for along the collar part. So you could like put them along her bodice. Somehow. Yeah, so I've been on long enough, so I will probably play more with it, and then I'll show it next week. For anyone that is in the Blooming Artist membership, we will be playing tomorrow afternoon at 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll be using acrylic paint, so you can get, I'm just going to be doing it in the journal, but you can use a separate piece of paper, a canvas, whatever you want. It's going to be more in muted tones, like you can get some browns out, some black, buff, white, raw umber. And I'll have a printout ready for you tomorrow morning that you can print out of a bird, and we'll be using that in our endeavor tomorrow. Now I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So I'll put all the information on the community page for you, and then we'll see you tomorrow. So have a great day, everybody, and stay safe and stay creative, and have a great night. Talk to you later.